Beep boop. Beep boop. We're live and we're late. We're live and we're late. I'll let people filter in whilst we show our wares on screen, I suppose. Oh, why don't we just shine this light here? Let's see what we're looking at. And maybe we just play a little bit with this. There we go. Beautiful. Well, hopefully we'll have some people sidling in very soon. So it's working. Why don't we put some music on for a minute whilst I make sure I've got everything. And then everything is going to be fun and fancy free. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know what is going on here. No, what? No. Oh, we've actually got 2 viewers now. That means I can justify actually talking to the camera. Okay. I've got everything laid out. Yes, we are a little bit late. Okay. Sue me. I had some camera trubs. I'm interested what people think of the new overlay. It would be nice to have some music though. So let me see if I can just sign into that. Hopefully people are doing well. We've got 2 concurrent viewers. Fantastic. As you can see, we've got loads of components laid out here for some PC builds today. Oh my God, I'm so pleased. It's been a while since we've done one of these streams. It's been over a month. Crazy. Right. I'm just gonna put some music on a minute. I'm just gonna make sure my cameras are all working. So, all right, you're going back into music mode, boys, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Welcome to the stream. This is when it's actually going to start, all right? So we've got a smorgasbord of components. New platform, DDR5, we're going to make it work. Do the best we can with the market conditions that we find ourselves in. Hope everyone's having just had a lovely day. Let me know what you think of the new stream overlay. Tried to make it look a little bit more professional. So we'll see. I'm thinking, you know, if I took a leaf out of the Linus book, I should be making this bottom banner take up like 50% of the screen. So if you think I should do that, just let me know. And you can see we'll keep the build in the top right of the screen there, so you can keep track of what we're doing. So it's two identical builds, exactly the same. So that's what we're doing today. And we'll see how the live chat box works. We'll see. I didn't know if I could get it to fit in there properly, so we'll see. Okay, so I've unpacked everything. It's like, you know, when you watch one of those cooking shows and they've already got all of the ingredients already prepared. I consider myself a chef of the computer recipe genre. Yes, we're alive. We're alive, and we're alive on stream and very much alive. Okay, so let's move this because I don't need this keyboard at the moment. That's for later. Right, let's run through this from right to left. And if there's any issues with picture quality, audio quality, as always, let me know. So ByWin NV7200. Obviously the SSDs at the moment are in a bad spot. So this cost £125, which is crazy. But compared to all the other drives that you can get for the same price, this one is like by far the best one. So we went with these. Usually what I do is I wait for some arbitrage when there's drives going for like 100 quid. So there's like some crucial E100s going recently for 100 quid. So I bought like 15 of them, but I run out. So I had to pick these up. And crucially, because the two builds we're doing are for two twin sons of the same person, if I do anything even slightly different between them, you know they're going to be fighting. So we'll see. So NV7200, but it's a nice drive. These are pretty good ByWin drives, actually. All of them are good, actually. Precious RAM, Lexar Thor. This is the RGB 6000 CL30, 32 gigs in total. So this is the cheapest DDR5 6000 in the UK, I think, actually. It's £315 on Amazon. Still a heckin' load of money, but it's good RAM. It works fine, you know. Don't particularly care about the brand. Graphics. We've got Asus Dual, Radeon 9060 XT 16 gigabyte. And this has gone up by what? 15 quid? No, not 15 quid, like maybe 30 to 40 quid over its RRP. So as graphics cards go, to get a 16 gig card, it's fairly close to its usual thing. So pretty good. £360 I paid for this. I think that's not too bad of a deal. So we'll take it. Yeah. I'm going to brighten the camera a little bit if I can. There we go. Just so we can see things a bit better. You never heard of ByWin? Yeah, so ByWin, so they make things for other brands a lot as well. So any of the Acer Predator, RAM, SSDs, stuff like that, that's all made by ByWin. All of the Acer RAM, yeah, Acer Predator RAM, but also the regular Acer is also made by ByWin. And ByWin are also making the Asus ROG RAM that's coming out as well. So, yeah. So yeah, I've had no issues with them. I think the stuff is good. It's fine, really. It's just the best one I could get for the price. And then for CPU, obviously these are tray versions. That's why they come in these little jewelry cases, right? So because I don't need to waste money on the retail packaging because I'm not selling them retail. So it might be hard to see, but it's a Ryzen 7500F. So this is one of my favorite CPUs. Every socket generation has that kind of hero CPU. Like I think of things like the 10900K was pretty sweet CPU. I think of the Ryzen 5 3600 as a pretty sweet CPU, 5800X 3D. I put the 7500F in that kind of category because it's £120 or thereabouts, and it's amazing. It's really fast. So yeah, pretty nice. Put those to the side. Now, for this kind of budget build, you might think it's stupid to use such an expensive power supply, right? But I just bought a massive pallet of these at £55, including VAT each, which is crazy. That's an insane deal. So that's why we're using it today. And the customer basically used to be one of my customers from about 5 years ago. And they just now want to upgrade. So they're coming from a system that has an RX 570 and an i3 10100F. And I was quite impressed that they managed to make it last that long, to be honest. But by putting this kind of power supply in, it means that, especially with a good platform, which we'll get onto in a minute, they're going to be able to upgrade this thing in 5 years without any trouble. So it's actually a really good idea. If you can spend that extra bit of cash on a nice PSU, it means you'll basically never have to change it. You know, it's only the 5090s that will need a more strong power supply than this, right? So, so pretty nice. These builds, yeah, they're for gaming. So they're specifically for GTA 6, actually, which is going to be a common thing coming up, isn't it? But I don't know when it will be out. Thoughts on Panther Lake? Panther Lake is the laptop stuff, isn't it? Is that what I'm thinking of? The integrated stuff. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's not really going to be particularly useful for this. I'm quite looking forward to the Nova Lake desktop. I think that'll be interesting. You're Aussie in the chat. Hopefully you're doing well, bud. Don't really do a whole lot of like laptop stuff, to be honest. I mean, I use this laptop to do the stream that you can see in the corner there. But I just got it because it's got an NVIDIA graphics card and a 6-core CPU. That's all I need, really. Yeah. Motherboards, I think you'd find it hard to find a better deal than this motherboard at the moment. So this is the ASRock B850M Pro-A. One of the downsides is you don't have the integrated heat shield, but you know, IO shield even. So that's my problem as the builder. So it doesn't really make a difference to the customer. Pretty nice. Got a little, if we can see in there well, there you see there's an 8-phase V-core on the VRM. So this is going to be good for all of your Ryzen 5s and Ryzen 7s and Ryzen 7X 3Ds as well. And even Ryzen 9s would probably be just about all right, although you'd probably want something a bit better for those. So this is going to be more than most people ever need. So you don't need to overspend on your motherboard. Just get something with at least eight phases on the V-core. It's got Wi-Fi built in. And the other crucial thing, micro ATX boards. And no one talks about this. You see, like the slots here. You see this one is like right at the top. It lines up with the screw point hole here, right? That's vital. If you're doing a micro ATX build, you really don't want it where you have the slot one down, because you're going to end up having less room for your graphics card fans. Everything gets all congested down there. So you definitely want the 16X slot right at the top. And there's lots of M-ATX boards that get this wrong and they put it lower down. So ASRock is one of the ones that tends to have it in the right place as well. Yeah, 7500F's great for gaming. Yeah, and it depends really. Like, you know, you get a lot of press about the X3Ds, don't you? But they are better. But does it really matter? Do you need to have the best one? Like, you know, if you're playing 1080p competitive settings, then yeah, you probably would want an X3D because you're trying to max out the frame rates. But if you're just a regular gamer or you're not that competitive, 7500F is pretty sweet. It's in the region of the i5 14600K in terms of performance, so it's decent. 4 DIMM board, so not too bad. You got a heatsink over your first SSD. And ASRock are also really good for giving you loads of M2 slots as well. I really like ASRock boards in general. So you've got one with a heatsink, and then you've got these two here as well. So you've got loads of expandability in future. So yeah, pretty nice. They're pretty fuss-free. I mean, I don't like the BIOS on these for tweaking and tuning, but if all you're going to do is put on Expo or XMP, then it's functionally no different to any other board, right? Yeah, I know GTA 6 isn't going to come out on PC for ages, is it? That's because they kind of want to double dip, and they know that people are going to pirate it, so they want to try and capture as many sales as possible before people get the Fit Girl repack of GTA 6, so that's why. So that's those. And then the other thing that's mega cheap at the moment, guys, aside from the power supplies, is liquid coolers. So this Thermalright Aqua Elite, this is a V6, so it has the nicest looking pump, I think. It's £33. £33 for a 240ml liquid cooler from a brand that's generally well respected. I mean, it's hard to turn that down, isn't it? The only thing you would say against it is reliability, right? If you wanted reliability, get a dual tower air cooler instead for the same price. But this is going to give the RGB bling, so pretty good. And is there anything else? Just the case, but it's very difficult to show. How's the PC market? It's a bit slow at the moment. I'm doing the reason I haven't done as many streams recently is I've been doing much more work in the hospital because PCs go down, but people get sick all the time, so they still need medicines. So I've been doing a lot more in the hospital recently. This dude, I can't read how long that name is, but he says, I purchased a first player power supply all dear for your first PC build. It's tier A on the SPL tier list. So this is where I don't like the SPL tier list a lot of the time. I mean, actually, that's not true. Most of the time it's fine. What they do is they look at the internals of the power supply, which is great, and the protections that it offers and things. Sometimes they over-index on things that don't really matter or are theoretical, which would push an otherwise good power supply down. But also, things like a first player, I have no idea if first player are going to be producing power supplies in 3 years. So it's no good having a warranty that's like 5 to 10 years if I don't know if the company's even going to exist then. Whereas if I go with Corsair or Deepcool or something like that, these are established brands, so they're going to be around. So it's up to you. It's probably going to be... The thing is with a power supply, right? It's probably going to be fine. Even if you buy a crap one, it's probably going to be fine. So I wouldn't worry. The RAM spec is DDR5 6000 CL36, which is fine. It's fine. I just call that's kind of like a mainstream speed, I would say. They mentioned that it's to give console players... They've always done it with GTA. They've always done it with that. I think they probably have some kind of tie-in with the console makers as well, don't they? To help boost the sales. Although, I've got a video coming out this afternoon after this stream, which is indirectly kind of compares the cost of the PS5 Pro, now that it's gone up, to an entry-level AM5 PC, and you'll actually be amazed like how much better value the PC is. So stay tuned for that one. It actually uses this same case, which is the Fantex XT M3, and I'm really glad to see, we'll get a better look at this later, but I'm glad to see that Micro ATX is making a huge comeback at the moment. It used to be kind of popular a while ago, then it really went out of fashion, and now it's really back in. I really like M-ATX, so it's going to be good. Right, so I'm going to need to move half of this out of the way. I suppose we could sort of prep both motherboards, couldn't we? Let's just do that. Right, give it a zoom. Zoom, zoom. Little twinsies for the twinsies. Is that in focus? Looks like it's in focus. Yeah. Hopefully. Well, somebody in chat will tell me anyway. How's the poll doing? Sarah, this is a Wendy's. They call this Sony clear image zoom, but it doesn't look very clear to me. I think it's good enough. I think it's good enough. If I take a bit of that zoom off, there we go. Maybe it's be a bit sharper. Okay. Oh, I'm like a kid in a candy store. So I think usually the first thing I do is the M2 SSD. So we've got a Bywin NV7200s. So with these, you can put them in the bottom slots or the top slot. The way that I kind of decide it is like, is it a nice drive? This is a pretty nice drive, so maybe it should have a heatsink. You know, if it's already got a heatsink on it, I wouldn't take the heatsink off and then put it under this one. I would just put it straight into one of these bottom ones. If it was like a cheaper drive, like a Crucial E100 that aren't as fast, they probably won't get as hot. So again, I would put those in the bottom ones, leaving the top one free for an easier upgrade later. But because it's a nice drive and there's no heatsink, then we will put it under the heatsink here. The other thing to consider is that I think actually all B850s, the top M2 SSD has to be PCIe 5 compatible in terms of like that's what it can support. So often your other ones are PCIe 4. So sometimes that means you might want to keep the top one free in case you put a PCIe 5 in there in the future. But as it stands, we'll just chuck this Gen 4 drive in the top. Hunky dory. Ah, it's continuation systems. Hey, that's good. It's better. I wonder if that's better than my current name. That sounds like something an AI would come up with. Okay. We've got a nice little toolless system here on this motherboard. It's pretty good. Well, I mean, it's toolless once you use a tool to take the top bit off, which kind of defeats the point, but hey. Oh, what is Lisa Sue? Yeah, you don't know if you want to find that one out. There's definitely an unexplored cavern in that direction. That's all I'm going to say. I'll move over to our twinsy over here, do the same thing. As John Wozniak said. Oh, very good. Is that the guy that did the speech? I honestly, I gotta say, I've been loving all the booing that's been going on when at those like university speeches. I love it. I love it. It's great. It's just old school shithousing, isn't it? I love it. Okay. The funny thing is, though, yeah, it's the guy that made the good speech. AI is amazing. It's very impressive. It's just ballooned way beyond what it's actually useful for. Like, it's actually genuinely very impressive technology and useful, but not at the scale that that everyone seems to think it is, right? At least that's my opinion. For it to like just crunch mundane tasks that would have taken me ages. I mean, it's very, very useful for that. But they're trying to position it like it's going to take over everything, right? Yeah, well, that's okay. Listen, with this PSU thing, it will probably be fine, and you've done better than most people in terms of trying to actually look up what your power supply is like. So, I mean, kudos to you. Kudos to you. But at least trying to look into a good power supply. And like I said, chances are it's going to be fine. So I really wouldn't worry about it. Okay, RAM next. Okay, nice and close. Hear that sweet, sweet crunch? Oh, oh yeah. But with the power supplies, yeah, sometimes I would look at the brand sometimes and think, I would actually take a tier B from a Corsair, a Deepcool, a Seasonic, or whatever, because I'm pretty sure they're still going to be around later. So if I've got a warranty problem, it will probably be honoured, right? Like Montech power supplies are very good, and I've used their warranty service and it was also very good. So these things matter as well, which might not always be captured in a technical analysis. It's kind of a theme that I do talk about on the channel a bit, is that yes, the technical basis is important, but there are other factors beyond just the technical to bear in mind. And that's why you get a lot of sort of black and white thinking on YouTube, because it's all about, well, does this get this number and this, and this? But actually, the numbers don't really matter as much as using it in real life. And there's other factors at play. So, yeah, but you'll be fine. If you've already bought it, unboxed it, and plugged it in, fine. Just use it. It'll be fine. Right. So we can plug in these CPU fan splitters from the liquid cooler before I forget. We'll get our CPU. Yeah, it's just I think it's just a bit of what I call online literacy. So knowing that when you're on YouTube, things are deliberately, or not just YouTube, like really anything on the internet, everything is very polarized, isn't it? So you're always going to get, you should never do this, you should always do this. If you see this, it's this terrible thing. Whereas, actually in real life, the answer is much more boring. It's usually in the middle, but that doesn't get people to click on stuff. And therefore, the things that are served up in an algorithm on a social media, they're going to be extreme by nature because that's what people want to click on. No one clicks on the thing that actually tells you the truth, which tells you the middle ground, because it doesn't make them any money. It doesn't give any, fanciness to it. Downvoting saves money on electricity. Yeah, it's actually a lot less intensive on your power bills than upvoting, so I agree. But in order to save money, I need to spend money on advanced chipset motherboard. I think you'll be fine. Because the other thing is, Max, is I know you've got the A620, but a lot of the tweaks that I was showing in the videos recently, I was doing them because I had a bad cooling setup, right? So you could fix the problem just by putting a tower cooler on your CPU, and then you wouldn't need to get a new motherboard. And what do you lose with not having PBO? You lose maybe 5 to 10% performance on the CPU. More close to the 5%, and some tweaking and tuning options. But you can overcome that with cooling. And if I remember correctly, you've got a Fractal Terra, right? So you could put a 67mm cooler in there, which would be enough, I think. All right, so that's our 7500F in. At least on that board it is. I'm going to try and keep the various screws in separate bags. Right, next one can come off. Yep. No tower in the Terra here. But you could get like Thermalright's AXP67 120. That would be fine. Where's the other box of these? Down there. Oh, such a good CPU, man. 7500F. Beautiful. Oh, you got the same AXP. Yeah, nice. Yeah. It's good. It's a good cooler. That tiny cooler is actually very impressive. I mean, I know I tuned it down to 90 watts. 90 watts is still good for that size of cooler. So I was very impressed with that Thermalright copper thing. Yeah. Crunch, crunch, baby. There we go. All right. Next, I think should be the coolers. Let's give ourselves a bit of space. Then we'll write Aqua Elite. Just undo some of these twisties. Ooh. How do you think these twists? Do you think somebody manually twists these on at the factory, or do you think they got some kind of machine that does it? And we've also lost our music. What's happened to our music? Oh. I wish there was the machine to undo the twist ties, just go get them off. Okay. The good thing about Thermalright as well is that a lot of their mounting stuff is like the same, even between the air coolers and the liquid coolers and stuff. So it's pretty nice. The cost of the build, so the sale price was £1,320 each, but the cost price was it was like $12.10 or something. I gave them a bit of a discount because I'm doing two at the same time, and because they're giving me a trade-in. So I'll give them another £100 back. So effective cost to them is $12.20, including VAT. But they are trading in their RX 570 system for that. You know, two of them, because there's two PCs. So the age-old question, guys. Age-old question. Tubes this way with the liquid cooler like this, or tubes coming out of the right like this. Ugh. Hard to get it to look how it would look when it's actually installed. Ugh. I mean, it's going to look better with the tubes coming out the left, I think. The only issue is that it does make the Thermalright logo upside down, but it doesn't have any text, so you might get away with it. What do you think? I reckon... I quite like the ones where the tubes come out the bottom, actually, but this isn't one of those. Because I just think that's going to look a lot tidier. Yeah. That's because that's about the height it's going to be at. So I think that's probably going to look nicer. But officially, you are supposed to put it... Bloody cable stuck, come on. Officially, you're supposed to put it with the tubes coming out of the right. I'm pretty sure that's how it always comes out. So it'd be like that, and then... But then I always think it gets all like loopy and stuff. I think I'm going to put it tubes left. Yeah. I think we're going to do it this way. I know the logo's upside down, but the logo doesn't have any text on it, so it's fine. So we'll put it like that. It just looks cleaner to me, I think. We could always turn it around later anyway if we don't like it, so no big deal. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, you're right. You would have more. You would have more slack with them at the right. Sometimes coming from the right, it can look nice if they sort of sweep quite flat to the side, but you never know that until you actually have it in front of you. So tricky one. Yeah, I think option one, tubes going from left to right is what we'll do. It's what we'll do. Haven't looked at a Thermalright manual in months. But they're just so easy. I think the only one I've ever seen that's easier is the Fractal Celsius, where it hooks onto the existing mounting hardware. It's got literally one screw. But in my mind, these seem more secure, like with the 4 points of contact, you know. No, it wouldn't affect your thermals at all. The tubes are fairly well insulated, I think. And the VRM will get airflow over it from the rear exhaust fan as well, so I wouldn't worry. With these brackets, it's just a good little tip if you just put the screws through first, rather than trying to do a balancing act. If you just put the screws through, you know, beforehand, and then just put the plate down like this, and then yeah, then you're rocking. A 4070 Ti Super. Oh, dude, that's a great GPU. I'd only upgrade it if it's not doing what you need it to do. And if you do upgrade it, you're going to need to go for like a 5080. It's a pretty sweet card, to be honest. Because that's the one that's got 16 gigs, has it? I think. I wouldn't upgrade personally, but I mean, I'm not in your situation, am I? So I don't know really whether you would need to or not. Oh no, where's my... There it is. Let's do a couple of turns each side. Obviously, because this is a top-down camera, you cannot see a thing. So you're just going to have to trust that I know what I'm doing. And that I'm not just touching Jensen's Huang underneath. I like this cooler pump head design. It looks really nice. It's probably the nicest looking Thermalright pump head, actually, I think. And there's the frozen knot as well. But this one does, like the frozen note has the pump like in line here. which is good from a technical standpoint, but it's not very good from an aesthetic standpoint. So this might be my go-to AIO if the temps are reasonable. You think this method... I hate AM4 stock mounting. Oh, you mean with the hook over clip design? Yeah. It never feels quite right when you do it. It always feels like you're gonna break something. We've got a pump header up there. No, so I might just use this one down here. Else we'll run out of spots, won't we? There we go. That's the first platform completed. So you just repaired a PC, did you? So what was wrong with it in the end? Right, rinse and repeat, baby. What I would say to the dude that's thinking about upgrading that 4070 Ti Super, so I've got a 4080 Super in my computer. I don't need to upgrade it, and I do it for my job. You know, I could get that component based. I mean, it wouldn't be free, but it would. I could just use it as a business expense, and even I haven't been bothered to upgrade mine yet. So it just depends on what you need. You have 6 guesses. What broke it? Well, the first guess should always be user error, because that is the most common reason for a computer not to work. By far, it's not even close. And then after that, it's usually a software problem. Then usually most common is, from a hardware perspective, usually power supply and RAM. They're usually the worst. Although DDR5 RAM doesn't break as much as DDR4 did, so. It was delivered through 3,000 kilometers with the CPU tower still mounted. Well, listen, you got to, if you're going to ship a PC with a tower cooler, you got to know what you're doing. So when we do it, when I say we, I mean PC36.co.uk, because this is the sponsor of the stream, obviously. What we do is we put the tower cooler on, and then we'll get a big cable tie and loop it into the top fan mounts on the case. So that means that if it gets bashed around a little bit, it will have that cable tie there just to kind of like stabilize it and stop it bending. And you've got to put foam like on the left and then above it as well, and then obviously brace the graphics card underneath. So you can get around that kind of shipping damage. You just got to be really careful with how it's done. But even then, sometimes you'll get a courier that will just mess up your parcel. Even it, you could have melted the thing down and covered it in titanium. It wouldn't matter. Some delivery guys would still find a way to break it. So. Wow, Jesus, that sounds like an absolutely terrible experience. God. I mean, I would have just got my money back. CPU pins were bent. No! Oh, dude. Bad one. That sounds like a disaster. But if you bought that online, you should just get his money back, right? I mean, I don't know what your consumer protections are like in Europe, but here in the UK, it's the seller's responsibility until it reaches the point of delivery. So if it arrives damaged, then the seller has to remedy it for you. cleaned out a lot of I thought that said cleaned out a lot of excessive thermal take. I was like, yeah, good idea. I'll level with you guys. Thermal take stuff is very practical. It must be popular. I just don't understand it. I do not understand how they're still in business. I just think their gear is ugly. RAM is no longer working dual channel. Well, that might be to do with the bent pins, eh? It might be the memory controller on the CPU. But who knows? And for some paste action. Now, because we've had a bit of a heat wave here in the UK, the thermal paste actually comes out the tube a lot easier than it normally does, so that's a bonus. Case was horrid, yeah. There's a certain level of cheapness you can go with a case, but you start going really low, you do end up paying the price, unfortunately. Unless you know what to look out for. I know of quite a few good budget cases I can get here, but it's a minefield. Amazon's the worst for it. Like when I see things like Foifkin and Ions and things like that, I go, geez, guys, no. And they're probably really popular as well, which is a shocking indictment on our tech literacy. But hey, no, the Thermalright ones, Johns, don't usually come with paste pre-applied. A lot of other ones do. They have what's called a silk screening, where they put it on prior to shipping. But the Thermalright ones, they come with a tube of paste. Always, I think. I haven't ever seen a Thermalright with it pre-applied, so I guess that's a way of cutting down on costs, maybe, because they don't have to spend the extra time screening the paste on at the factory. Maybe, I don't know. If you mount fans, you can no longer put in or take out the motherboard. Oh yeah, I know exactly the kind, yeah. Okay, so feed the RGB up there. And we'll whip the pump head round and plug it in onto this header on the side here. Okay. Oh, well, we're cooking with gas now, boys. We are cooking with gas now. So actually, let's get one of the cases out next and shell it. Have a look inside. Your friend has bought what sounds like the worst PC in the world. How tight you mount the cooler to the CPU? There's not really a massive science to it. Just turn until once you feel firm resistance, then just stop. Don't if you're like having to go right round it and crank it, that's too hard. But just a firm pull, and once it'll just naturally come to a stop. So you've got two case fans with Molex, I'm guessing, is what you're talking about. All right, that's the case. Now I'm going to see if I could do a little reverse angle with the second camera. Bear with. Bear with me. Baby. Right, let's swap the view. Oh, but now I've got a backlight. Hang on. Whoa. How's that? How's that for a unique view? One time I did actually solder. Oh yeah, by the way, who likes my shirt? The incel. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's got a transit screw. Ugh. Do you like this case, the XTM3? Incel inside. Comes with a little anti-sag as well. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I think this case is absolutely rocking. I think it's great. It's nice clean interior. You can fit. It's pretty small, and you can fit huge graphics in here, like anything. And this one comes with 3 ARGB fans included, but you can get one that doesn't include fans as well if you wanted to add your own. Like say you wanted to go for a stealth look or something, you can get it without the fans as well. Up to you. The only downside you get with this kind of case is the width. So obviously if you've got the power supply in the chamber behind here, that's going to add to the width, whereas if you had it underneath, it could be narrower, but then obviously taller. So, you know, what you give up in one dimension, you'll gain in the other, you know? The Montec 10. Yeah, Timmy, looks like a good little case, huh? It's kind of similar to this kind of thing though, right? And I find this is going to be difficult to dethrone because it's £50 in the UK. Like £50, £53, it's insane. Whereas the Montec 10 is a bit more like engineering, isn't it? You can move things around and have them in different ways, but you can fit any kind of system in here. Literally anything from the most basic system up to the highest end could fit in here. So yeah. Right, so I've extracted all the screws. That's the front chamber. We can just get some bits ready. I've taken out that piece and taken out the PCI covers. Yeah, often you get fans and you're not choosing. Yeah, so it's quite nice. I mean, the downside is the one without the fans. It's only like £4 cheaper. So you're not making a huge saving by doing that, but you know. Okay, cool. So front chamber is good. The back chamber is decent as well. You do, I mean, you can use a fully wired power supply in here. I wouldn't recommend it, but it can be done. Even the big non-modulars like Deepcool PL750D, you can make it work. It's just tight. Whereas if you use a modular unit, you're gonna have a much better time. But you can even get like storage drives in there. You know, it's pretty good. Full ATX power supplies. So yeah. Although it's a bit like, as much as I was taking the mick out of the twist ties earlier, it's a bit nicer to have the twist ties and have to snip through these. But hey. But then they put a twist tie on this one, make it make sense. I'm also a little bit sunburnt, if anyone, in case you're wondering what that red hue was. I've been cooked like a gammon steak, which is bad, really. It's really giving a better example. Right. So I'm going to put in the anti-sag system first. This thing. It will not be used today because it's not long enough. But I'll put it in anyway for future stuff, right? Did London have any troubles last night? I don't know. Don't live there, and I never would. Oh, can't stand London. Cannot stand it. I actually don't mind going for like a day, but I could not live there, man. I could not live there. I don't think. I mean, I used to follow Arsenal a bit, but I don't really see how they could be annoyed about that result because I think PSG just were better, right? Unfortunately. All right, so I'm just putting the anti-sag system in. Just secures into the back here. For future use, it will not be useful to our build today, but could be in the future. Cool. Then we'll put in a power supply. There's our RM850E, which I got mega cheap. And we do actually, if you're in the UK, we've got some of these for sale. The cheapest in the UK by a good margin, actually. So fill your boots. I've only got 5 or 6 of them left. So you can get these down to £70 from the website, delivery included. So pretty good deal if you're in the market for a PSU. So obviously we want to have the fan facing out, but we want to put our modular cables in. And let's just see. Can I zoom you a little bit? There we go. Some of the DIY PC cases are all right. It depends which one you got. We don't really have that brand in the UK very much, so don't know much about it myself. The good thing about this being a Radeon build is that it's just going to use very simple plugs, which is nice. No 12-volt high power or 2x6 or whatever they're calling it nowadays. Oh, Jungle Leopard are actually an alright brand, I think. They're one of the better sort of AliExpress ones, I believe. I don't know about their cases. I know they make fans, but I don't know about the cases. Let's feed some of these through before we put the unit in. I don't think they abandoned the 12 pin because I think Nvidia makes them use it, except on the 60 Ti and below, I believe. Nvidia are quite like strict about that kind of thing. Even like the text that you write on the box for your products, like they have to approve it and stuff. Right, everything we need. It just goes, what-a-da-da skadoosh, like that. And it just goes in, easy. Yeah, and guess what? Now they're making a CPU. Yeah, it's an ARM CPU though, isn't it? But they didn't, I would have thought they would have tried to bring out an x86 CPU, seeing as they bought all those shares in Intel, but I guess it didn't happen in the end. Maybe they had some kind of agreement that they're not allowed to do that. Yeah, what the new NVIDIA chipset motherboards have, all of the plugs are all 12 volt 2x6 plugs. Imagine. All right, now the worst bit of these kind of cases, power supply plug. Come on, there we go. You're surprised Jensen's in second place. I think he's a bit of a bilf. Okay, so everything looks pretty sweet here. Let's start rerouting. So we only need half of one of these CPU ones. So we need the one with the square bits. So we probably need that one. Yes, that's what we need. I don't think that's why ARC didn't come out. I think ARC didn't come out because they're making too much money on those B GPUs or B60 and whatever, right? They saw the dollar signs just like everyone else. Shame though, I like Intel ARC, it was good. But I think it is dead, unfortunately. I'd be amazed if they brought... The only way they would bring one out is if the whole AI market just collapsed, like, very soon. Because it can't be making them any money. Like, a B580 can't be making them much money. Right, and then motherboard plug. Through there. All right. Looking tasty, looking tasty. Bit of pre-routing, never hurt anyone. They're kind of in trouble now for Battle Mage. Well, the B770 is not coming out at all. I mean, that's got to be obvious now, isn't it? It's not coming out. So, Intel will not save us. Looking forward to Nova Lake though. Want to see how that does. I'll be honest, I kind of do like Intel CPUs. I think they feel more snappy. And that's coming from somebody that still uses a Ryzen, obviously, but tricky. I can't beat the feeling that I got from the 10850K, the i9 10850K. Absolute banger of a CPU. The only problem was it was very hot. The 5500X3D. Yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't used it. I don't think it's going to be that good because you're going to be limited by the CPU performance before the cache performance, I would think, on that CPU. And you'll also, I think the 5500 is limited to PCIe Gen 3 as well, so it just doesn't seem like a very compelling product to me. I feel like that X3D stuff works better when it's in tandem with an already fast CPU. Just my opinion. Okay, so where is that heinous IO shield? There it is. So Wi-Fi sticks at the top. Yeah, fine. Tell you what, you can have the reverse angle on that. Oh, I hate these things so much. Oh, and then it pops the bottom out. And then it pops the top. Ah. Honestly, it's worth the extra like 10 quid just so you don't have to do this. Come on, you piece of crap. God damn it. Ugh. I don't use these very much anymore. Now I know why. Well, that's the thing, Max. I can't help but think that Intel are going to try and bring some upgradability with the Nova Lake. Because it is a legitimate draw. It's like one of the main reasons that I got AMD in the first place. I went from 2600 up to 5800 X3D. On the same board and everything. Oh my god. Oh, thank God. Jesus, that was painful. Is AMD's AI sector bad? Is it? I don't know. I don't really follow any of the AI. Can you see this? Can you guys see the screen okay, or is it too dark? I'm trying to tell whether it's my OBS preview or if it's actually dark. Because on the camera it looks perfect. On the OBS preview it looks a little bit dark, so let me know. Yeah, well, Tanmay, you're right. And this is the problem with being a fan of any kind of like corporation. Like, don't be a fan of a corporation. They don't care about you. It's in their interests not to care about you. So I just don't understand why people do this, where they become fans of computer hardware. It's just like, ah, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The only time I would think it would make sense is if you're talking about aesthetics, right? Or like physical tactile build quality or something where the brand image might actually matter. But for a performance piece of hardware, the performance is the only thing that matters. Oh, I'm definitely a fan of long socket support, yes. That doesn't mean I'm a fan of the corporation. I'm a fan of the technology. So if another company, like let's say Intel, starts doing platform longevity, I'm not going to go, well, AMD did it first, so I'm not interested. I'm going to go, that's great, thanks. Do you know what I mean? Like the colour blue. We'll see. It'll be interesting. Do you know what? I'm actually really annoyed that the 12p core CPU isn't coming to desktops, man. I'm livid. I was really interested in trying it out. I've got an NZXT N7 Z790 board ready and waiting. Got it as a warranty replacement for a much cheaper board. I thought it'd be perfect. I'll chuck a Bartlett Lake in there, see what it's like, but it's not coming to desktops, so I've had to sell the board. If anyone needs a Z790 DDR5 board though, it's a very good price on the website, but it's UK only. You like yellow, so you bought that Cyberpunk edition RTX, whatever it was. Was it a 3080? I can't remember. Okay. So first of the CPU cables in, second of the CPU cables in. Bada bing, bada boosh. Feed those cables through. In fact, I might just plug that one in now. Save myself some bother. Oh, right, PS6 development APU. I don't think the PS6 is coming out anytime soon, right? Because I haven't heard anything about it. Unless somebody else knows different, but I don't think they need to bring it out, do they? Because the hardware doesn't really make them any money, so I don't really see the point. I'll do a little bit of cables. I'll take this bit, feed it through this way. AI cores in the PS6. Well, everyone's just got AI psychosis, haven't they? Yeah, I think they've just gone. I think people have actually lost the ability to use their brains. Hello, all. Do you know, the funny thing is, John, I thought you just wrote hello AI. Oh, come on, baby. You already have 96 gigs of DDR5. My friend, I think you're ready for retirement. Oh, come on. Come on. I'm trying to put this cable through the neatest hole. Come on. We got it. Direct prompt injection. Hey, I didn't buy super anime girl blow up doll. Alexa, what is the meaning of this? Ugh. Ugh. Nearly got it, boys. Oh, it's all of that cable pre-feeding will come in very handy in a minute. Right. Does the picture look bright enough? Can you actually see inside the case? I'm a bit worried. I think I might need to change the picture profile on here. That doesn't seem any better. What the heck? Maybe it's just my OBS preview. Get that guy with the RAM. Don't pay attention to the RAM you see in this video. Go get him. Go get his RAM. And bring it to me, actually. Right, there we go. So with the liquid coolers, you can do it you can kind of do it two ways. You can either put it here so it sits over the motherboard tray, or you can try and center it like this. So what I'll do is I'll put a couple of screws in the top, and then we can slide it around and later and see what we think looks best. Yes. Right, I just need to get the screws to secure the liquid. Okay, all right, I'll leave the picture as it is. It's probably just my OBS preview. Got to get the radiator screws out of this bag, so I'll just get those now. John is not getting a warm welcome. We are joking. We're pulling your chain. What kind of beast is he feeding with all that RAM? There's only one beast I know, Tanmay, and that's your mum. Okay. Oh, yes. Thermalright, thank you. No washers. Perfect. I hate putting liquid coolers on with washers. Reverse angle, engage. Gabe. Oh, I can't put that there. Doesn't have a fully spanning rail, this one, so you... Well, you don't really want to run 4 slot. If you can help it, DDR5 runs a lot better on 2 sticks on AMD. If you're on Intel, it doesn't really matter. But if it's stable, I guess it doesn't really matter whether you've got 2 or 4 sticks. But I've just always found 4 sticks is a bit tricky with the high densities, if you're trying to run a good speed anyway. Hey. Let's start sorting out cables. What's that front panel? Where's the audio? There it is. So the audio can go down here. And I can actually see that plug, so I'm going to put it in now. I'm going to build a 9700X, so home server with 4 DDR5s that you need to be reliable 24/7, probably fit around Expo and timings. Well, if it's a server, I don't think you need fast RAM, so you might just want to stick with JDEC. Although, why would you use DDR5 for a home server? Do you need it to be that fast? Could you not get away with like a AM4 build with a DDR4, you know, something like a 32 thread thing, you know, just something to think about. Have you encountered any Alt-Tab issues? System 10 seconds. Oh yeah, so that is a classic problem. Yes. It's more NVIDIA, that, isn't it, with the Alt-Tab thing? So if you run your games in exclusive full screen, then it will do that. So sometimes changing it to borderless helps. The other thing is sometimes on DisplayPort it's worse, so maybe try HDMI. That's the other thing. The other thing to say for the guy, John, that was saying about the home server is, if you need it to be super reliable, would you not want to go for a workstation platform with ECC RAM? Something to think about? I know DDR5 has its own kind of light error checking thing on it, but if it's maximum security you need, then you might want some proper ECC. But then you do have to spend more money, so it's, you know, difficult one. Oh, nice. Yeah, well, crack on with it. Yeah, I would just probably leave it at its base speed. Yeah, you won't be able to use ECC RAM on a consumer grade motherboard, so I don't think anyway. But you'll be all right. DDR5 is more reliable, so you'll be all right. Yeah, you're probably right about the ECC being difficult. And anyway, it's DDR5, so most likely you will be fine. Well, there you go, boys. Build done. Not quite. Not quite. Oh, now it's all lopsided. Oh. All right. Whoosh. The radio. Oh yeah, we don't put this in yet. We've actually got to finish doing the build. Derp. Derp, derp, derp. Just plug in some cables. So that is the 5-volt ARGB. Bada bing, bada boosh. Ugh. Front panel mono plug is in. USB 3 is in. Oh, that's a nice crisp sound, that one. That was good. Okay. Very nice. Looking good. Looking good. Good enough. 9060 XT16. Looks like looks like an alloy. Yeah, it does actually. It does. It looks just like my alloys actually. There we go. Have some of that. And so that, for illustration purposes, that's the anti-sag system. actually think I'm going to move that to the next one down to make it look nicer. Okay. Functionally, that's done. We just need to do the cable management, really. Looks nice. I'm going to try and straighten up that camera because it is doing my fonts in. Right. There we go. That's better. Right. How do you make the screws on the CPU cooler mount come out? They're the ones you just push in. I don't really know what you're talking about, I'm afraid. Might help if you told us your CPU cooler. Did Witcher 3 get a DLC? That's funny. Is it unreleased stuff from before, or is it actually new, like new content? Oh, cool. I can't believe they're releasing a DLC though. Wow. Skyrim will bring something out next. Although basically with all the mods, it is kind of a new game already. So I still haven't finished Fallout London. Oh, the Witcher TV show was so bad, man. I had to stop watching it after like 2 episodes. Just got bored. Oh, thanks, Draber. Double up on that one. Hello, good morning. Good morning, Vietnam. Bueno Bodici. That will do. Right. That's looking a bit neater now, huh? Just the finishing touches now for this one, and we will have to case the other one, but that's okay. We can speed through the other one. No, I still don't sell many Intel builds. I don't think it's worth it, is it? Because you've got no platform longevity. So it doesn't make any sense. Intel only makes sense to me if you're going for 14600K, but even then, I still think you're better off on AM5 because the cost of the CPUs is lower on, like for a 7500F, it's like 120, and 14600K is like 200. So most of the benefit you've saved, in terms of money by going for DDR4, you will have just lost on the cost of the CPU. So I'm still just ploughing ahead with AM5. See what Nova Lake has to offer. Imagine if they brought out an Nova Lake with DDR4 compatibility. Wow. I actually don't think it would make that much difference to their sales figures anyway, but because the DDR4 is just as bad in a way, and it is slower. I don't know if I'd call this an SFF build. I'd probably call it an MFF build, right? Medium form factor. Right, and then the best bit about this case is because you can just hide all of this ugly crap behind here with this nice plate. Will you post 2 PCs at once and tweak 2 BIOSes at once too? Is that what you want, like dual wield, like? Anyway, right. Badooch. There we go. I think that's fairly tidy. I don't think you need to get any tidier than that, because if you tie down any more, it's going to be an absolute pig to upgrade later. So I'd say that's actually pretty perfect in terms of what you want from your cable management. AliExpress is doing a 7800 XT for 170 and a 9800 XT for 260. Do you think it's the increased price to it? It depends on your GPU, right? If your GPU can take advantage of it, then sure. If you've got a monitor that will display enough frame rate to make it worth it, then sure. There's lots of variables at play. Okay. And the front looks decently neat, so happy with that. So now we can put the steel back on. Looking good. Looking real good, even before the RGB's on. $9070 XT, nice. Well, it depends. If you've got like a 240 Hz monitor and you're playing at 1440p low or like 1080p or something, it's probably worth getting the 9800 X3D. But otherwise, 78 is fine. The 78 is really fast. It's so fast. So I think you'll be fine either way. You're planning on coming to Barcelona on holiday this summer? I'm not. I haven't been. When I last went to Barcelona about 15 years ago, so. Could do with going back. The problem is, it's so bad for crime. So I'll have to think about it. But what was I going to say? I'm going to Copenhagen soonish. So if anybody from Denmark is in the chat and has any recommendations, please let me know. Right, let's plug in the power. Where's the power cable? Would be useful to have, wouldn't it? Oh, it's over there. The commando crawl under the table. Right. Moment of truth. Oh, is this cable going to reach? Maybe. Just about. Okay. Show me lights. Yes. Show me post, please. Please, baby, please. I like this cooler. It looks nice, right? And definitely the right decision sweeping it from left to right, surely. No post yet. Oh. What's it doing? It looks like it's memory training at the moment, so I'll give it a minute. Oh, yes. Postage. Consider that postage paid. Show you the front as well. So it's got a nice sort of mesh front dealy going on. Obviously the ARGB, so you change the colours whatever you want. I think they'll be very pleased with this. Oh, you can't see that because of the reflection. Well, you can see that there is something on the screen, so that's good. All right, we'll pop it up here. And we'll get on with some windowsing. Then we'll build the other one, and then we'll call it a day. Need to clean that. Just trying to center it properly. It looks good, man. This is just, you can't argue with this case. Like, it's £53 delivered. Like, what's that in dollars? Like 60? You got 16 gig graphics, you got 240 cooler. It fits everything, right? You got a little anti-sag. It's amazing. Good airflow through the front, traditional airflow path. It's pretty great. If you're a little bit more like hardcore, you might put 3 fans along the bottom. You could do that if you want, but not really needed. Pretty sweet. Right, BIOS time. Is my BIOS USB here? I bet it's not because I'm stupid. Stupidity confirmed. So what I'll do is I'll set Windows to start installing while I go and find the BIOS USB stick. I got a USB stick with like all of my BIOSes that I normally use on it, so it just saves a lot of time. Okay. Just need my keyboard and mouse. Oh. The 90X, yeah, it is tiny. You're right. It's because it's the Asus Dual. So the Asus Dual, they're always like these squat kind of thicker versions, aren't they? So you know, it's up to you whether you like that or not. But you don't need any more than this to cool a 9060 XT. So yeah, so it'll do just fine. It's got a fat heat pipe here as well. Okay. Anyway, back to what we were planning to do here. So Windows is plugged in, so we can start installing that now. Competes with CH160, and I've just bought a CH160 for myself actually, because I need to upgrade the cooling in my computer because it's just doing my head in. It's too loud. Because I strap my computer is strapped underneath my desk because I don't really care what it looks like anyway. So I just strap it under the desk, but it is getting a bit too hot under there. So I'm going to change to the CH160, put a massive tower cooler on it, and go from there. Yeah. Okay. Oh, come on. It takes so long. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We've got things to do here. Come on, Windows. Well, Tanmay. It's so I've got a Fractal Terra with a Noctua NH-L12S. So it's an updraft cooler, which is already a little bit silly. So I need to change that. So I could tweak and tune it, but there's another reason I'm swapping to the CH160. Actually, I have to check if it'll fit. Shit, maybe I need to get a different case actually. So I had a bit of a shipping incident. So I sent out an RTX 5090 system, and everything was packed perfectly. I'm telling you, this thing was absolutely packed to perfection. Internal Instapack, wedges, everything inside a second box with loads of air packets. The thing, when it turned up to the customer, the photo was absolutely ridiculous. It looked like it had been, I don't know what had happened, like somebody had dropped an anvil on it. Basically, got the computer out, everything looked okay, but there was the RTX 5090 Astral in there, and it cracked the PCB. So, so annoyed. So I'm in the process of claiming on the insurance on that one at the moment, and then we'll have to see. I mean, if they don't pay out, then I'll have to get it repaired, and then I can't really sell an RTX 5090 PC with a repaired PCB because it's not really an Asus Astral at that point, is it? So I would just keep it for myself. But it depends if it will fit in the CH160. Oh, for God's sake, I have to look now. I think it's the Plus I think I've got. I bet it won't fit. I bet it won't. I'm going to look this up. So CH160 GPU length. Oh, what? 305? No, that can't be right. I must have got the Plus. CH160 Plus. Because it definitely won't fit a 5090 Astral though, will it? Oh, 342, so that's better. So, okay, Astral 5090 length. Oh, 357.6. Wait, what was the CH? No, it's still too big. Oh. Oh. Well, we'll see what they say anyway. But so if I do keep this 5090 after I get the PCB replaced, I will need a different case anyway. Oh, what a nightmare. Are there any ITX that will fit a Astral? Maybe like an N case or something? Surely one of those will fit an Astral 5090. Someone can tell me. Anyway, how are we getting on with our Windows? Oh, it's still going. I'm gonna look it up while we're here. So, ITX cases for Astral 5090. Oh, the Performance 1M. Oh my god, that is cheap. Jesus. The Antec Performance 1M has come down to £70 on scan. Oh my god. The only problem is I couldn't put a big cooler in there. The A3, yeah, that'll fit a big cooler, wouldn't it? Yeah, that could work. So either I need a case that will support like a big air cooler or a liquid cooler, right? So what's this N case? What about the N case M3? Do you think that'll do it? Because I want to strap it under the desk. I mean, that's the only reason why I'm thinking about the smaller form factor, right? It says US only. Oh. Well, somebody from the US can send it to me, right? Oh no, you can do it international. There you go. Expensive though, Jesus. It doesn't even come with the riser piece. Or maybe you don't need it. I have to look this up. Yeah, that's right. I did use the Performance 1M. The only problem was the cooler clearance, wasn't it? The whole point of me changing the case is to get better cooler clearance, so I couldn't really use the Performance. So what's the M case M3? Oh, it's a micro ATX case. Oh, but it does fit everything. And you can put a fat air cooler in it as well. Oh, I think I might have to get this. N case M3. The Astral is absolutely huge. It's ridiculously big. I would never buy one myself. It's just making the best out of a bad situation, isn't it? I mean, what do you guys think? If I got the PCB replaced and then sold it, I couldn't really I'd have to like specify that it has the Astral cooler on it, but the PCB is no longer an Astral PCB. So I'd have to reduce the price, but I don't know how much I would sell it for. The Astral doesn't have the back connect thing, I don't think. That you're thinking of the Matrix, right? Okay. We've got some Windows action. Oh yeah, what name did they want on this? All right, it's a cool name. Hi, welcome to your AI Slop operating system. I'm just installing 5 million layers of Copilot while you wait. I don't know. So I could sell that 59 if I get it the 5090 repaired. Could maybe sell it for like 2,500 maybe, because I paid like 2,800 for it. So I'd rather just keep it if I'm going to lose loads of money. But yeah, mental. The other thought is, if I buy the 5090, it might actually just be not buy it, if I keep the 5090, it might just be the only graphics card I ever need again. I think, realistically, I could probably just keep that GPU for like at least 7 years, right? Okay, we're in. We are in. Still need that BIOS stick, which I didn't get whilst I was installing Windows, which I said I would do, because I'm a stupid boy. I'll be back in a minute. You can ogle the PC. But suffice it to say, next time I ship out a 5090 system, I will be shipping the GPU separately, I tell you that much. Okay. I don't even know if that's in focus, I'll be honest. Couldn't tell you. It's so hard to see in the OBS preview. So, copy the wallpaper over, set that. Nice little clean wallpaper. Right, so we need the ASRock P850M Pro A Wi-Fi. Then we'll just install all of the motherboard drivers. Well, that's not very helpful. Where's the setup? There it is. Oh, it doesn't have the silent install. Oh, I hate the beefy installer, man, with the big... This is like from 1998, this install wizard screen, isn't it? This motherboard is pretty cheap. It's actually got 2.5 gig RAM, so that's pretty good. So what I mean with the Asus, you get the features are really packed in. Alright, well the dragon can go in the bin. There we go. And do we need anything else from here? Oh yes, we need the Windows key, but I'm not showing you that, so you can go back to this view for a minute. The multi-use keys. Cheers, just another. That's good. Yeah, we'll have to see what they what the insurance thing is. I mean, I feel like they're really trying to worm their way out of it. But it just means I'll never buy insurance with them again, because there's no point, is there? Unless it's for loss, I guess. That's the only time they would have to cover it. Yeah. All right. Just got to put in the Windows key. Isn't Computex, that's on this week, isn't it? Anyone interested? Oh, I don't think I am. Yeah, so Timmy, I think those boards are great. The B650 and the B850i Lightning, they're both really good boards. I use them all the time. So yeah, I have no issues with them whatsoever. Some people might disagree, but I can only speak on my own experience. I've used it a good number of times, no issues. But I've always, as long as I've been building PCs, I've always ensured the latest BIOS is installed, unless it's a beta BIOS, in which case I usually avoid it. That's just generally how I do things. Right. Chipset driver. And then, well, we can do the little test on this one, couldn't we? And then RGB, and I'll give them the option to install Signal if they want to. I don't know how much that ASRock thing was even true, you know. Like, maybe it happened to 1 or 2 people, but this is the polarization of the internet problem again, right? Because haven't the CPUs had some of the lowest return rates of any CPU ever? So I don't know how much of it was ASRock and how much of it was AMD. Never experienced a problem myself. So same with the 12-volt 2x6 cable as well. Never had any melting issues with it, so don't know. I can only speak from my own experience. Yeah, but usually the Computex Computex is usually the better one, isn't it? That's what I thought anyway. Could be wrong. Oh yeah, why did I open the NVIDIA installer? I'm so used to putting NVIDIA graphics in. Silly boy. And you know, Timmy, the B850i Lightning board is actually a really good board. It's got a 10-phase VRM, which is pretty good for ITX, with good stages as well. So it's a nice board. Yeah, I saw about that, yeah. But doesn't he, the thing is with him, he will be moving that GPU in and out of systems all the time. So, you know, I wasn't there, so I can't say what happened, but is it not possible that maybe one time during plugging in this graphics card that he didn't push it in all the way? Maybe he was in a rush to get a video out. I'm not saying that happened, I'm just saying these are things that I might think about. The cable should never melt in any situation, so it's unacceptable. But there is a degree of mitigation that you can do by being careful with the plug. And it does help in that on the 5090, you'd probably need like 4 8-pins. So it's not feasible to do that, is it? So they did need a new standard. I just wish they'd made it a bit more reliable. Okay, so let's BIOS update now. But yeah, the difficulty you have is that NVIDIA really don't want to admit fault, do they? So they'll probably, just out of pride, keep using it, whereas really they need a new standard for that, for the power, right? It's just, yeah. Hopefully it just finds it. Oh, there we go. Can't see that through this. Yeah, perfect. Yes, I would like to update, please. There we go. Oh boys, we're closing in on the end of this build and then we'll speed the other one to get it done. Yeah, 3x8 pin actually, it's just about doable, although I do find it is a bit annoying, but it's just about doable. But 4 8 pins would be crazy. I think that would be too much. Oh, I need a drink. I've just been like talking and talking and talking this whole time. Oh. You know what, boys? I'm all about the deals. Picked up a huge crate, like an absolutely massive crate of Pepsi Max Cherry. £4. How good is that? I think this might be the one with all the microplastics in it, which would be good for me because I'm cutting. You know what doesn't melt as much as toast? Yeah, that's very true. But I enjoy. See you later, Timmy. Not sponsored, but right. If Pepsi are watching, I would gladly accept your sponsorship. I'll do anything. Lifetime supply of Pepsi. I'll say you're the best. I'll even chow down on a whole bowl full of microplastics, if that's what it takes for me to get Pepsi on demand. Got all these stupid AliExpress things with the ice in it that I'm trying to get to cool my drink down. Ugh, got it, baby. Pepis. Pepsi Max. Oh my god, yes. Oh yeah. So BIOS update nearly done yet? No, 67%. Always update your BIOS, kids. Especially nowadays with how sort of half-baked things are when they first release. It's probably in your interest to get your BIOS up to date. It's quite funny, isn't it, how that has become a thing now. Like games come out like not even finished. Even like CPUs are coming out not finished. Needing like a patch to get them to actually work. The Pepsi Cool Compute. Oh, honestly, if there is a Pepsi rep watching, tell you there's infinite possibilities. Look. Oh yeah, Come on, does that not look instantly refreshing? Maximum taste, no sugar. We could do a comparison. Pepsi Max Cherry versus Pepsi Max with lime. I reckon the lime would be cooler. What do you think? Wait for it to reboot. Oh, that's crisp. Lime is too bitter. Oh, do you think? I never think of Pepsi as being bitter. It's taken a while to reboot. Come on, baby. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, I was trying to catch it before it got into Windows. Oh, well. All right. We'll set the BIOS. We'll do some basic tests, and then everything will be fun, fun, fun. All right. So turn on the. Actually, let's do the secure boot first. Enable standard. Yeah, because it'll make you exit the BIOS if you change the secure boot. ASRock have the most annoying secure boot one. By default, it's not enabled, which is really stupid. Right, enabled. Oops. Profile configuration, Expo 6000, hardware monitor. Fantastic. I don't really like this fan thing either because it's quite laggy, but it's a bit better now actually on B850s. Oh, I have to remember which one's the pump, don't I? Oh, which one's that? Oh, CPU fan 2. Oh, that's good to remember. So CPU fan 2, we'll set the pump curve a bit differently. So once we reach about 70C, we'll run it 100, but keep it fairly high most of the time so that the fans don't have to spin as much. Oh yeah, first put the PBO on. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Is your camera expensive? So the top down one is a ZV-E10. So that was like, I think it was, I got it on Amazon resale. So it was like £450. And the lens on it is like a 11mm one. That was like 250. It's not too bad. And then, but the main camera, which is this one, which is the one I do most of the videos on, is a Sony 6700. So the camera itself, again, I got it on Amazon resale. It was like 1,100, and then the lens is, I've got a few different lenses. This one's the 18 to 50 Sigma 2.8, and that was about £330 or something. So it's, yeah, the good cameras are really expensive, but it's made money back for me like several times over, so it's worth. So these systems are already purchased, so they're these were custom orders. So what do we charge for these? So 1,370 per unit. So we're doing 2 for this customer, but then we gave them £50 off per PC because they bought 2, and they're a returning customer as well. So we try to look after the returning customers. So it came down to 1,320, and then they're going to trade in a really old system with an RX 570. So that's like another £100 off. So it works out at sort of like £1,200 all in roughly. So that includes the windows, the shipping and everything per unit. So not too bad. In terms of making similar ones, I haven't listed with the XT-M3 yet, but it will be around the kind of 1,300 mark roughly, I think. We've got a couple on there with 9060 XT, well actually just one with 9060 XT with a single 16GB stick of D5, because the DDR5 doesn't get punished in the same way. There's a video coming out later today on the channel about it, but you can get away with the single channel. I don't really like to do it, so I've only got 2 listings that use the single channel. The rest are all dual channel, but it does keep the price down and it gets you onto the platform. So it's a bit of a imperfect situation. Yes, I know, it's way too much money. I mean, this kind of system I would have, like, you know, back in November, I would have listed this for about 1,000. It's crazy how much it's changed. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, everything's like, basically every PC is about £300 more expensive, at least, than it was in November. If not more, you know. Tough market. Tough market. It's booted onto my bootable USB, so I just need to... That's another thing that ASRoCs do. It's not like a big deal, but they always boot onto bootable media rather than your OS, even if you've just installed the OS. Although some might consider that a good thing, right? I don't know. Oh yeah, the crack of the can. So I think we should do some thermal tests, and then we will we'll build up the other one. Now the USB, that's the BIOS USB, so that's not bootable, so we're safe. Okay. Right. I don't really want the Dragon utility, I just wanted the driver, so let's get rid of that. Can we get rid of that? Yeah, just go away, right. Bye-bye. What we should do though, actually, we'll do it after. We'll do the Windows update after. It's pretty quiet. I can barely hear it, so that probably means the idle thermals are good. That's about normal, isn't it? Yeah, 40, 50. All right, so idle's looking good. So we'll use the OCCT for the graphics and then run the Prime 95. And then I should move that off the top of the liquid cooler and then put the glass on. And put the top panel back on. Although what I'll do while I'm here actually is I'll pop the transit screw back in the top. Enable Copilot and Edge over my dead body. Okay. So I'll have to shift the PC back a bit. I try not to block the exhausts at the top with the screen, so that's what we're doing here. That's pretty good, and that's unrestricted as well, so that's looking decent. I'll give it another few minutes, get it to reach a steady state, and then yeah, great. That's good because it's pulling nearly 100 watts, so that's nice temps. That's good, man. Because this CPU TDP is rated at 65, so it's doing 1.5 times its usual power draw, basically. It's starting to get a smidge louder. Not loud, just a bit louder. It's obviously working to maintain that temperature, probably. It's starting to get heat soaked. But I haven't set a thermal limit, so this could easily go to 90 if it needed to. Looking good. The noise is stabilized again. is the GPU 160 watts? Probably, because it, well, yeah, so one 8-pin can deliver what? Up to 200 to 300 watts through one 8-pin? But that's pushing it, really. Usually they stick to 150-ish, don't they? Or 120 to 150. So I guess you pull 75 from the board as well. So let me have a look. 9060 XT TDP. 160 watts. With some overclocked models going to 182 watts. So it's pretty much bang on. John Paul. Oh, dude. Well, buying an usually I'm the kind of guy that would say never buy like a super expensive thing. But with power supply, it's one of the things that makes total sense because you could probably keep that power supply for 10 years easily, right? So it's just a good investment. I don't think I would ever need a 1600 watt unit. And in fact, I think sometimes it's better to get a slightly lower one because it's more efficient. But, you know, it's going to serve you well for a long, long time. So you can't argue with it. And all the cores seem to be cooled quite somewhat evenly. It's looking good. And it's actually a pretty quiet system. You can barely hear it. Which you would expect. You've got a 240 cooler on a 7500F. I mean, this should, this should sound good. Okay, yeah, pretty nice. Well, we're not going any higher. I think everything is pretty well heat soaked now. For the official PC36 test, I'm going to take it. I'll leave it upstairs for a bit, let it run for 2 or 3 hours. But just as a rough and ready to make sure that everything is mounted properly, this will do for now. You see, you don't need a big cooler for a 9060 XT at all, do you? Look, 64 degrees there. So wasting your money on a super fancy cooler on a low end, not low end, but more entry card, you're not serving yourself very well there. So yeah. Okay, restart. And then we'll get on with quick construction of the second one, the twin. I tried to freeze a Pepsi Max the other day. That's how it turned out. Obviously it expanded while it was inside the can. Yeah, what an idiot. There's a Gemini logo on the text. Where? You know what? There is a Gemini. I used Claude to make it. So I'd be surprised that Claude would want to put a Gemini logo on something. That's really funny though, isn't it? I didn't realize. I thought it was a plus. Why would Claude do that? Because, I mean, it's no secret. I'm not capable of coding a ticker like that. So, obviously, I got Claude to do it for me. Pepsi overmaxed. I've OD'd on Pepsi. Too much pep. Too much pep in your step. Oh, this dragon thing is going to really piss me off. So I'm just going to uninstall it. I thought it was just the driver. Right, Dragon Boy. Off you go. The Pepsi grenade, yeah, yes, dude. You just like load like a shotgun slug. You just like load in a couple of Mentos and lob it. I want to try that now. Yeah, what would happen if you put a Mentos in it and then put it in a sealed container and froze it? Flash froze it. Does that count as chemical warfare? Right, hopefully it will connect to my guest Chungus. No, thanks. I don't want the auto driver installer. Just done it already. Right, time and language. Sync now. Oh, why couldn't you sync now? It's not, that's not the right time and date. Not even close. That's better. Okay. And are we activated now? Yes, good. Good, good. Oh, I really want to try the Pepsi grenade, man. Oh. Right, next stream. Tune in for the Pepsi Max challenge. Why is that not focusing? Come on. This goddamn camera, honestly. That changed me to manual focus now. Yes. All right, good. So we'll let those run a minute, and then we'll just run the Windows Store updates. We'll turn it off, and then we'll do the other one. Lobbing a Pepsi Max grenade live on stream. Well, unsuspecting people on the street. Hey man, you want a refreshing Pepsi? Sure, here you go. Ah. All right, Bibicino, we'll get this one out of the way. And moving on up, moving on up. Nothing can stop me. Right, my actual YouTube video is live at 2 PM, so I've definitely got to finish the stream by then, because, wow, actually, do you know what? Maybe running a stream at the same time as the video is on is like a good thing. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know how YouTube works. The last video did very well. Oh. Alright, come on, I need to get a move on. Spent too much time chatting, not enough time working. Oh, I always forget on this case to take the transit screw out. You get yourself into a singing career. I don't think the world is ready for that yet. I've got a bit of an avant-garde sound, you know, that don't just think I'm a bit ahead of the times, you know. Carbonated disaster zone. That's brilliant. That's really funny. Views are not skyrocketing unless you have large audience already. Yeah, I mean, it helps, doesn't it? But I guess what happens is that YouTube sees that somebody uploads something, and then if they get views quickly, they go, oh, this is good, I'll just show it to more people. So it's just the rich getting richer, isn't it? But the last video's done well. It got like 8K views, and it wasn't even clickbait. It was like actually a good video with useful information in it. So I was pretty happy with that. As long as I see the green up arrows, that gives me that dopamine hit that I need in the YouTube studio. Right. But then Jay's 2 cents can make a video and like just him sitting at a desk talking, it gets like 500k views. Although recently, I don't really like Jay that much before. He's actually become a little bit based recently. Got mad respect for it. So fair play to him. I actually find myself like agreeing with him sometimes in this kind of upside down backwards world at the moment. Let's make something that draws in more. It's really hard. I think people don't quite realize how hard it is to make it on YouTube. I do it because it's fun and it's like a good funnel to the business and stuff, right? But if I didn't have a business back end, this would be absolutely exhausting. How many have I got? 7,000 subscribers. It's taken me years. Admittedly, the videos like before the last sort of 12 months were pretty shite, so it's my own fault. But you just need to be in the game, don't you, to get better at it. That's how it works. And also, it's a difficult niche at the moment. Nobody really wants to learn too much about tech because either it's not available or too expensive, or it's just not really been anything new released, so there's nothing to talk about. So that's why I'm trying to come at the angle of more education and tweaks and things like that, because you can. It's basically free. Like it's just about getting more out of what you already have. Your chat people are not that exhausting. Well, speak for yourself. You lot, bloody hell, putting grey hairs on my head. Because you might have noticed, I don't know how many of you actually watch the channel normally, but I'm moving away from the actual just build videos now because they're just not that popular. And they're actually a lot of effort to make for not much reward. So been mixing it up, do build videos from time to time, but trying to weave them into more of a educational sort of aspect. Which is probably more useful, right? Better to have learned something than to have just been entertained, right? Oh, sun's come out now. Beautiful. We get about 30 minutes of sun per year in the UK, so we get excited when we see it. Yeah, Matt Lee is in a tough place, which is a shame because he actually seems like such a good bloke, and his cinematography is truly excellent. Like, it is the best in the business, I think. He's up there with Optimum Tech, isn't he, with the best videography? But he is struggling a bit, although he still does get good views, you know. But he doesn't have a business back end, at least that I'm aware of. So he does rely on the sponsorships a lot, which is fine, which is a viable business model. But it does mean that you're relying on the views a bit more. So it's a difficult one. But he seems like a great guy. So I hope he's fine and pulls through. But you know, even if his channel doesn't work out, he's got such good skills with his cinematography. He'll get hired very quickly. So he's not in a bad position in general. And I hope he does well because he does seem like a nice dude. We got a big tuna show. Builds PCs as well. Nice. Yeah, we just finished one a second ago, but this is an exact carbon copy. So you'll see in a minute. We've already prepared the platform and everything. So probably about 20 minutes. And this PC here will actually be completed in terms of the actual physical build. So yeah, fun one. Right, CPU, that's PCIe, so these can go through here as well. One thing I've noticed though is if I do a build with all AMD parts, it gets a lot more views, which is really funny. He came from the automotive industry, did he? Interesting, yeah. Trying to get hold of a 5500 X3D at a reasonable price for a living room build. Oh, nice, yeah. It depends what GPU you're pairing with it, because just be careful of the PCIe version, obviously. So you might be better off with a 5600. Well, the Montec 10, I haven't actually used it. It's hard for me to say whether something is good or not, because I haven't really used it. It looks nice. I can't remember how much it costs. But the engineering in it was very impressive. So from an outside look, it looked good. But until I get my hands on it, I couldn't tell you for sure. This is a similar size to the Montec 10 actually. In the UK at least, this is mega cheap. So Fantex XTM3. He filmed cars and then decided to go make his business PCs and a hobby at the time. Nice, yeah. Well, he's very skilled. Very, very skilled. Like I said, best in the business. So I do hope he does well. Which I think he will. I think he will be fine. I do. Because even if the niche is a little bit unpopular at the moment, he's still the best in that niche. So he would still be fine. Because there's just no way I could compete on cinematography. Well, I've got a tactic to try to do that, but ultimately he will be better for that kind of cinematic build thing. So hence why I've moved away from it a little bit myself. Right, get our board and platform. Thor Zone. Yeah, I've seen some of those Thor Zone things. It's cool, isn't it? Oh, the Montec 10 is £55. That's good. That's a good price. Have you seen the Antec Performance 1M is like £70 now as well from Scan. I think they're discontinuing it. They should do a revision 2 of that case, because that's good. I just needed, if it had liquid cooler support, it'd be perfect. Oh my god, I hate these IO shields so much. Does anyone have any good tips about getting these in? Or is it just like shout, swear and be frustrated until it actually goes in? Because I've must have built over 1,000 PCs. I still hate these things with a passion. But then sometimes I'll put them in, they'll just click in straight away, no problems. Just seems to be no rhyme or reason. All right, that's looking good. We got it. Okay. Top first, then right side, then left, then bottom. All right, well, next time I will try that. Until then, the shout and swear at it until it goes into place is the method that I choose. No, according to 7600 XT 16 gig for £200. That's not too bad of a deal. Not too bad. I mean, I wouldn't say that was an amazing price, but it's okay. The problem is that people talk about the VRAM thing, right? But that advice is applicable to a certain subset of cards and circumstances. But once you're down at the 60 class of card, it doesn't really matter if it's not got more than 8 gigs of VRAM, because there's very few times where that's going to be the bottleneck in your workload. So it's tricky. The absolutely egregious one that was terrible and never should have happened is the 5070 having 12 gigabytes. That's just crazy to me. They should have put 16 on that for sure. And it would have made it so much of a more appealing card to get. Because I actually quite like the 5070. The only issue is the VRAM, which it's fine now. It doesn't actually hold you back now, but the trend of the way that the games are being optimized at the moment, it would be so much better if it had 16, huh? But I think that GPU deal was fairly decent. I think that's fine. It'll give you good 1080p, a little bit of 1440p, particularly if you're going to use a bit of FSR. You know, I think you'll be absolutely fine with that. Do you know what was an absolutely goated GPU? 7800 XT. What an absolute peach of a GPU, man. So good. £450 or thereabouts. 16 gigs VRAM, I think. Or was it 12? I can't remember. Absolute monster, 1440p, and could do some 4K. That was an absolute cracker of a GPU in terms of value. That one, 1660 Super for its time, amazing GPU. Was it 16 gig for 78? Yeah, see, just even more reason to know that it's just a banger of a GPU. Built one for my friend with that and a 7600. And that was good at least 2 years ago. It's still perfect now. Still perfect. So it's so good, man. Yeah, used is very, very good. Yeah, I completely agree with you on that front. Cannot argue. I mean, it just is. It's just going to be better value. I mean, it always has been, but particularly in times like these, I can definitely see why the used market is appealing. I don't use it only because as a business, it doesn't really make sense for me to use used stuff because I can't claim the VAT back on the purchase. So it wouldn't actually give me the opportunity to have that much of a compelling offer. So, but for general people out there, yeah, used is fantastic. Okay. Do you know what? Northern, right? The 10 series is the gift that just keeps on giving, right? Honestly, like we're talking about GOAT GPUs. 1080 Ti, man. I mean, that's unbelievably good. Still good now. It's just unbelievable. Didn't make that mistake again though, did they? Nvidia. Is that a plane? You heard a plane on my mic? Yes, actually. Well, I think we had an air show here recently. So I don't know I don't know how many UK people are here, but you might have heard of the Red Arrows. They were about yesterday. There seems to be lots of aircraft around this weekend. So I know, dude. Yeah, yeah. Those times are sadly behind us now. But we have had a lot of inflation. I don't know how much. I haven't really done the sums, the calculations to know how much is what, but I'm sure you're not getting as good a deal as you used to. God, yeah, imagine 80 series now for 600. The other thing about it is the other thing about it is obviously back when that 10 series was out, the notion of like Klarna, buy now, pay later wasn't the same kind of thing, was it? Nowadays, people get suckered into that buying higher value stuff because of Klarna and Afterbuy and whatever. So it doesn't feel like real money, so people will part with their cash. But anyone that actually knows anything about finances knows that those services are just a short-term solve, but long-term you're absolutely screwed. The interest is mad. I mean, sometimes with the Klarnas you're paying 3, but you don't realise that even if you don't pay any interest on the Klarna, you're still paying for the Klarna. Because if I want to put Klarna in my business, they charge 5% on every transaction. My profit margin for PC builds is between 8 and 10%. So obviously, if I want to offer Klarna, I have to increase my prices for everybody. I just don't think that's fair, so that's why I don't use Klarna on my website. I don't think that people that pay with cash should be disadvantaged just to feed people that are going to use debt to buy their stuff. So you pay for it either way. Gary, oh, what a guy. Long time no speak, my friend. How are you? Oh. Anyone that's not aware, we're wearing the Incel t-shirt today. It's not merch, I just bought it, but just to know, like, you know, in solidarity with all you guys on the channel, all right? Have nothing on finance. Good man, good man. I have my car on finance, but it's very, very affordable. So it's okay. And I paid a huge deposit at the start, so the monthly payments are definitely manageable. That's the only thing I have on credit. I have no other debt. I did my medical school. I worked as an X-ray guy, radiographer, every single weekend of medical school and every summer, and I have no debt. So I hate being in debt. The only time it makes sense to be in debt is if you're already like a millionaire, because you could leverage the debt. But as a normal guy, I can't leverage the debt. On my Bugatti Veyron, on my BMW, so I pay, it's £400 a month. I pay for my car, but my lifestyle is like, I don't spend that much money. Like, I shop, my groceries come from Aldi, which is like one of the cheapest supermarkets in the UK. I don't drink alcohol really, ever. Don't do any drugs. Don't really have any expensive habits other than that. So I just spend my money on like decent place to live, nice car, and then the other stuff is just like simple and basic. Because I worked out a while ago that like buying posh stuff isn't, buying posh consumables like food and other things like that, it just isn't worth it. Although, Gary, it is £400 a month, but I put 15k down on it as a deposit. So that's why it's so low. But I've only ever owned 2 cars in my whole life. I had a Mini Cooper. I bought that for cash for like 4 grand. It lasted me 8 years. So it's not like I don't like swap my cars out all the time. I've worked hard and I wanted a nice car. So that's what I did. The Red Arrows being the counterparts to the USAF Thunderbirds. Maybe, I don't know. Debt was developed for Americans by Americans. The system is not applicable in Europe. Well, that's true. Europe isn't as big on it. Although the Klarna thing is pretty big around here, so you are still paying for debt even if you don't have debt yourself, which is something that a lot of people don't realise. They go, "Well, I just won't use it." Yeah, but it still affects you because the retailer will raise the prices to pay for the transaction fee from the Klarna. And the rules on Klarna and things like that say you're not allowed to charge a different price if they're paying with installments. So you're completely trapped. But the dream is to earn enough money that I could actually have like a proper trade counter somewhere and hire people. So at the moment I do this like partially at home, partially out of storage unit, because I'm not an idiot, I don't store all the PCs in my house. But it would be nice to have like a proper trade counter, hire somebody, and that'd be good. Because like during Christmas months and that, I sometimes get like a contractor and that to come and help because it's so busy. When I say a contractor, I mean somebody that just works like short term, and that helps a bit. But I still have to QC everything, so it doesn't save as much time as you might think. But the dream is, yeah, to make it sufficient without me, and then I can just do it when I want to do it. Klarna at charity shops, Jesus. Yeah, that is sad, isn't it? Tech advice to finance. This is not financial advice. It's not medical advice either. All I'm saying is, and you know, these aren't like out there things that I'm saying. I'm, you know, but if you want to be healthy, it is not hard, right? Well, actually, that's not true. It's simple, but not always easy, is what I meant to say, right? So everyone knows what food is healthy. Whole unprocessed foods are the most healthy, right? So that's all you eat. You want to have a little treat every now and again? It's not going to harm you, is it? It's just common, yeah, it's just common sense, but it becomes less and less common. Don't drink loads of alcohol for your life because it will wreck your health, not just your liver, like loads of stuff. So don't do it. Or if you do it, accept the consequences. But yeah, don't smoke. Smoking will wreck your lungs, increase your risk of dementia and other cardiovascular diseases. So don't smoke. Exercise, that's good for you. Everyone knows that. So build your strength up and your cardio. That's all you have to do, and you've done basically everything you need to do. All these supplements and things like that, they're all just a grift. They're not evidence-based or vibes-based. You'd be amazed how much of medicine isn't even evidence-based. A lot of it is, but things that you think would be, like mammography for breast cancer, right? Has it got good evidence that it actually improves survival? Not really. But people say you should always go get your tests done. So, not saying that it doesn't work. I'm just saying that it hasn't been proven that it does work. So, you just have to just follow the common sense things. Like the stuff that your grandparents told you healthy are probably healthy. With some exceptions, obviously. But common sense doesn't make for good clickbait on YouTube, Instagram, etc. So that's why it's not popular. But if you just follow the basics, you'll get into your older age, but you'll still feel good in yourself. You won't be in and out of hospital all the time. Sounds like conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to make you live a healthy lifestyle and not get sucked in by social media BS. Right. Nearly there with the cable management. Because we are still building a PC here, despite the commentary. It's a psyop. He's telling us to eat Whole Foods? Who is this guy? He's got the Pop-Tarts divisions quaking in their boots. Don't be eating blocks of lard. Exactly, don't be eating blocks of lard. Very good advice. That is medical advice. Motherboard recommendation, Micro ATX AM4 PCIe 4 Wi-Fi. I would say on AM4, don't worry too much about like getting the amazing spec because it's a dead platform. So the idea of the longevity doesn't matter that much. So something like MSI B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi, that'd be perfect. It depends what country you're in though, because the prices can differ. So in the UK, that is about £90, including the tax. So yeah, so John's got it there, exactly. So yeah, for the motherboard reco, yeah, MSI B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi is a pretty good choice, just in terms of like the value that you get. Used it a few times, but if you want PCIe 4, then it'll have to be a B550, and you'll have to have a CPU that can drive it as well. So so don't get like a 5500, for example, because that won't drive PCIe 4. All right, let's slap that GPU in. Asus Dual 9060 XT, very nice. Oh yeah, Northern is true. That's true, yeah. If there's a bundle deal, if you need RAM as well, especially, there are some decent ones about. Especially in the US. You guys love your bundles over there, huh? So there's Optimus Prime Fun. Yeah, there's Prime Day. It's coming soon, right? It's in June sometime. I don't know when. What is loads of drunk people about? Sounds like what was going on here at the weekend, actually. Not in my house, just out and about. The heat plus alcohol plus British people. It's not a good mix. Let me put it that way. I tell you, that's my more medical advice. Falling and hitting your head is bad. Don't do it. Oof. Oh, fellow Brit. Yeah, we don't really have the bundle stuff here as much. So here, the B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi is good. And you want a 5600 CPU. See what price you can get them for, MA. Because I might be able to get it cheaper for you. I'm going to log in and have a look. I don't know how much the Ryzen 5600s are going for at the moment. I'll see what I can get it from distro level. Filter by CPUs. Actually quite low on stock. Right, so there's a tray one for £96, but you need a cooler as well. Wow, John's into his air shows. That's cool, mate. I like it. Yeah, honestly, the heat has been, it's been crazy. I can't say I've actually minded though. It's been all right. Usually I hate them, but this one has not been quite as bad. I'm a little bit pink on the arms though. I've gone a bit gammon. All right, so we just need to tidy up this left section. Don't 5500 X3D. Oh, is it PCI 4, the X3D? Oh, that's good. It depends on the price, yeah. If it's PCIe 4, then that actually does make a big difference. It does depend on the price. I don't know how much the cache will help you on that level of CPU though. It will probably be very game dependent. Next time will be the hottest ever, will it? Tell you what though, Max, I believe it when I see it, mate. Especially over here. I think our heat feels worse as well because you don't have any air conditioning really. It's kind of unusual to have air conditioning. When I eventually buy a house, I will be putting an air conditioner in though. And I'll be routing Cat 6e cable all over the house as well with 10 gig networking. But it's not worth doing in a rented place. Looking good? Yeah, it looks neat enough. Oops, there we go. Oh, I didn't put the anti-sag in. Not that it'll work, but just for the future, let's just do that quickly. I need a new PC to run triple screens, but you already have 64 gig DDR4. Nice, that's good. Just need a good Mobo CPU and GPU. Oh, you would be the perfect guy to get a 5800X3D if they still existed. You might want to wait and see if they bring out that anniversary edition. 5800X3D. Because that would honestly be perfect for you. And then GPU for your triples, like a 9070 or 9070 XT. That would be pretty sweet. Alternatively, sell your DDR4 because you've got 64 gigabytes. And if you could get by with 32 or 48 on DDR5, you might not actually have to spend that much extra money. So yeah, 5700X would be good, especially on triple monitor, because triple monitor you're more likely to be GPU bound, so you don't need to spend too much on the CPU. So that would still be a good choice. Come on. Oh, love that vanity plate. Perfect. All right, I think that's looking neat and tidy. Heck yeah. Moment of truth. Hey. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, £100 or 64 gig. What a deal, honestly. Even back then, I would consider that a good deal. Awesome. We just don't know how good we had it, did we? Honestly. If I could go back now, I'd probably be a millionaire. this spec back on. You hate the empty space. That's so, but you could. There's room to grow into this system, isn't there? They can in a few years because they've got the RM850 PSU. They could pop something a bit bigger into that. Honestly, because when I bought, so I bought about £10,000 worth of RAM in late November because I saw it was going up, and I bought 32 gig 6000 CL36 kits at £230 each. I bought 10,000 quid's worth. I should have bought way more. It was all Acer Predator RAM as well, so it was good looking RAM. PC6 data center. Yeah, right. Although, what I would say, guys, is GPUs aren't that bad price. Like, they are a bit worse, but I was expecting it to be utterly crazy. The 5090 it was always stupid, even at its original price. So I don't really care too much about that. And people can get whatever they need out of a 5080 anyway. So it's a bit of just a show-off card, isn't it? But the others, they're not a million miles away. The only one that got really slammed was the 5070 Ti. The others didn't get shafted too bad. Thanks, dude. Yeah, this case, man. How can you not like the Fantex XTM3? Like, even if it's not your cup of tea, you don't like it in terms of. But you can't deny that this is a £53 case, like $60. It comes with the 3 fans. It's got a clean internal layout. The cable management's not too bad. It's got excellent compatibility. You fit so much cool stuff in it. It's amazing. It's a case you can't argue with. Yeah, so you could easily just do this with a full blackout style. It would look just as clean as well. Yeah, so 10K's worth of RAM I did buy. I've used it all. I used it all ages ago. It's a shame. I should have bought more. But yeah, so I've got a storage unit where so all the built PCs that I've done, and actually a few GPUs and other things, I keep them in a storage unit. But the RAM, I didn't take. I kept it. I kept it underneath my bed. I took it over and put it underneath my bed. I was like, "There's no way I'm leaving this amount of RAM in a storage unit." So I got it delivered here and then put it underneath my bed. You know how like some people have a gun under their pillow? For me, it's just like a 32 gig kit of D5. Right, let's see if I've got a post. I don't stockpile the RAM because there's no point, because the prices could go down at any point. I don't really see the RAM going up higher than it is now. So there's no point stockpiling it now. Same with SSDs. I should have bought more of those Crucial E100s as well, at £100 each. I only bought 12 of them. I should have got way more. I keep my RAM in my pillow. Home theatre style cases are cool, yeah. Like the Fractal Ridge, I think is so good. For what you can get into that case and the size and footprint. It's pretty amazing engineering, I think. Okay. Do you sell any faulty GPUs? No. There's no point. If I really wanted to, I could flip them on eBay, but it's not really any point. Usually, if a GPU breaks, it's within manufacturer warranty, or it gets super old, so it doesn't really happen very often. Yeah, so the RAM price is stabilized. It's just stabilized at a bad point. I just can't see it getting worse. So we've got a post, that's good. So we can do a BIOS update. Oh. Just tuck in that RAM extra tight in the evenings, guys. Keep it safe from the Sam Altman boogeyman. Because he'll be there. Oh, he'll be there. Underneath that bed. Arm will come up. So you gotta be careful. Yeah, Gary, I think for your triple, mate, triple screens, you're going to be GPU bound. So, yeah, stick with your AM4 if you've already got the RAM. You just, yeah, so you need yeah, 5700X would be a good call. I think that would work well for you. Then like a MSI B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi, pretty good. Yeah, and chuck a 9070 or 9070 XT in it. You'll be golden. What's the personal build for every day? So I've had it for years now. So it's a Fractal Terra with a 7800X 3D and that weird Gigabyte B650i Ultra thing that has the 3 M2 slots and 4080 Super. I barely play any games anymore. Most of it's doing the production for the channel and like business stuff, really. But it's good. It's still fast, and I don't have any problems with Windows. It works fine for me. I just installed it with a local account, and I don't really get any pop-ups or ads. So I don't really have any issues with it. It runs pretty smooth. So I don't really need to change anything. It would only be if this faulty 5090 ends up not being able to be resold, then I would probably just keep it for myself and then get a new case. But yeah, we'll see. Serenade with compliments day. See, that's good. You got to be nice to your RAM. Because if you're not nice to your RAM, you'll get corruption. I saw some Computex with Gamers Nexus where he went to the Montec and they had like it was like a $60 like Atrium style case, like, you know, like a Corsair 3500X type thing, and it came with the fans as well, so that could be interesting if that's the style that you like. Thought that was good. I don't know how they make it that cheap. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how they make this Fantex one so cheap. That's true. That is a video on the channel. Although I did make a mistake in that one, which is really funny, but I was mortified at the time. It's like because I didn't really look into it enough when I first built it. So you know, like the gull wing doors come up. There's like some toggle on the side that you can just slide with your finger and take the gull wing door off to make it easier to build. But what did I do? Like stupid man, I unscrewed like the whole spring mechanism from the side. So that was stupid, and I got roasted in the comments quite rightly on that one. But other than that, the tips are good. The tips are good otherwise. It's a very popular video, which is annoying because I made that mistake in it. But it's got that ProArt 4080 Super in it. That's a cool GPU. Which is another thing, if I do keep that 5090, depending on the insurance claim, then I could sell the 4080 Super. I don't know how much they go for now, but probably similar to like a whatever the new price of a 9070 XT is probably, or maybe a 70 Ti, somewhere in between that. What do you guys think like the used market price is for a 4080 Super, like an Asus ProArt? What 9070 XT brand? To be honest, they're all the same. I think they're all triple fan, but make sure you get a triple fan version. Don't get an Acer brand because they have horrific coil whine, but any of the others will be fine. Just get the one that's a good deal. I quite like the Power Color Reaper because it only has two 8-pin plugs, so it makes it easier to cable manage. But they're all good. They're all good. Typical ones I'd use Power Color Reaper, XFX Swift, Asus Prime, Sapphire Pulse. Those are the ones I tend to go for. A 4080 Super for $935. That's what I paid for it when it was new. That's crazy. Yeah, see, Northern's correct. It's going to be mainly on aesthetics. The good thing about the Reaper and the Pulse is that they're quite slim, so that's why I often go for those, because my most popular build is in, not this case, but it's the same one but with a glass front instead of the mesh. It's most popular by far, 9070 XT and 7800 X3D. And if you get a super thick 9070 XT, there's really not very much room for your cables in the bottom. So I quite like the Power Color Reaper, Sapphire Pulse. XFX Swift is pretty good as well, like those. Asus Prime, also good. Mini discs, oh my god. That was the Sony thing, right? It never quite took off. Well, it's a 4080 Super, so it's still a very good card, and it's got 16 gigabytes. So I think it would probably go for about at least 500. I would think probably closer to 600 or 700 actually, but I'd have to check eBay later. Right, how are we doing? So our BIOS is updated. Secure boot, we will put it onto standard mode and then go and enable it. Oh, you've got the XFX Mercury. Can't turn off the stupid white light on it. Are you sure you can't turn it off? You can't do it within the software. Oh, that's annoying, yeah. The Mercury's the white one, isn't it? I think. The white one with all the RGB on it. I prefer the GPUs without RGB, to be honest. Just because they're kind of timeless, aren't they? They don't look cheap and chintzy after a few years. So put the Expo profile on. Get the PBO on as well, put it onto motherboard limits. And then we need to do the fans. Oh, that sucks, Gary. Okay. Just do the fan curves. Do them fan curve. Where's my mouse? Probably visible on the screen, isn't it? Where is it? There it is. CPU fan, something along those lines is fine. And this is the pump, so we'll set it a little bit different. I think, Gary, maybe that light, you're right. I don't know if you can control that light. I think it is just always on, you know? Oh, thanks, Johns. So 750 plus. Whoa, that's so much money for 4080 Super. Jeez. I'd probably just list it on the PC36 site a bit cheaper than that, like 650 or something. If that's if I keep the 5090 or not. So that's going to be the decider. Because it would be useful to me. It would help with the video editing a bit. And I could keep it for like ages and ages. So, I don't know. And I'm growing a bit concerned that I don't know how long consumer hardware is going to be a thing. So, we'll see. I'm hoping this all just goes back to normal soon. But historically, it doesn't often end up that way, does it? I can't believe 750 plus. Wow, for a 4080 Super, that's crazy. It's not even that far off what I paid for it. I think I paid 950 or 999, something like that. Oh, yeah. It won't, no, the thin client thing will... So, there's part of me that says, yes, they want to go this way with the thin client, right? Where you just patch into a server. But then the other side of me says, surely for gaming, that's going to be absolute crap because the latency is going to be terrible. They also wouldn't be planning for a PS6 if that was going to be the way things are going. So, I don't know, I'm a bit in two minds about the whole thing. Maybe like your general office, like basic general purpose computer might go to a pure thin client. But then again, if I was running like a business scenario, would I want to be reliant on a server being online? Or would I rather just have some bare metal in front of me that can do some work even if the networking goes or the data center goes down? Do you know what I mean? So I always think that might happen, and then something else pulls me back in the other direction. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one. I really like having my own computer with my own stuff in it that I can just use. Like, let's say, you know, Windows goes full psycho mode and you have to be online. It has to be in everything. I'll just go to Linux, you know. I mean, I don't really like Linux, but if I had to do it, then I would. And I could retain having my hardware in front of me. So, don't know. MA, that's actually a pretty good analogy. Yes, that's true. Yeah, pretty good, because it'll probably be cheaper. Like getting the bus is cheaper than owning a car overall. But it's slower, it's more cumbersome, and it could have more problems because you're relying on something else. Whereas you have your own car, you can get. It's a perfect analogy. Well done. MA's all over it. Still waiting for Windows to install, by the way. MSI B550. I don't think it was the Pro VDH Wi-Fi. I just know that that's a reliable board, but there's probably some others as well. You just got to be a little bit careful. Like the Gigabyte B550M Gaming has a really crap VRM on it. I think, if I remember correct. So I'm just going to look at that B550M. It comes up in my search history. I've obviously searched it loads of times. What VRM does it have? Oh no, it's only got 4. That's rubbish. It has got a heatsink though. So maybe you don't want that one. Maybe it's a good board in terms of like basic work. So maybe you want something else. What about, let's have a look, B550M Wi-Fi board. See what comes up. Oh, I'll go PC Part Picker and see what they've got. Oh, the VDH has let me down. I thought it had a 6-phase. It's only a 4-phase. That's crap. Although for a 5700X, it's probably going to be fine. Right, so I need to go to filters, and then AM4. Well, actually, I'll just go to B550, can I? B550, and it needs to be M80X, is it? I'll assume yes, and then you can tell me no otherwise in a minute. So what does the Prime have? Prime B550 MA Wi-Fi. Prime B5. Wi-Fi 2 VRM. Oh, 4 plus 2? Oh. Does it have a... It's got a small heatsink. There's got to be a better option. I'm going to keep looking. B550M DS3H. I don't think those are very good, are they? You just want something with at least a 6-phase, ideally. Well, it's got a 5V core. That's okay. So, I think the B550M DS3H Gigabyte one is the front runner at the moment. What about the VC Wi-Fi? Oh, it doesn't look very good, does it? Wow, see, Northern knows. So this is exactly what I was saying about having the bare metal, so that's good. Try to get their exports. I tend to avoid the export. I mean, at least on the modern platforms, it doesn't give much to most people. Some people will want the extra lanes and stuff, so yeah, that's fine, you know, that's reasonable. But for majority of users, they won't actually use any of the features on the exports. So it's generally a waste of money. I mean, unless you're maxing everything out, in which case, you know, you've got FU money, so... And they don't make that many exports in micro and mini ITX, right? I think it's another thing to think about. All right, I just need to get the name for this other. Right, it's got it. Troy. It's a good strong name, isn't it? Troy. Hi. Welcome to Copilot featuring Windows. I can't wait to harvest your data. Yeah. Oh, that's a good board. B550 Aorus Elite is a good board. Yeah. That's the problem. It's ATX, isn't it? It's harder. I think the MATX is like a little bit, and especially if you're trying to keep the price down. I'm gonna keep looking, Gary. I'm gonna keep looking. See, the price is starting to go up a bit there, isn't it? So you got the Gigabyte B550M Gaming X Wi-Fi 6. I think that's the one with the 5-phase VRM, which will be enough for you. And it has got a heatsink on it as well, which helps. God, the B550M Aorus Elite looks absolutely pants. That's rubbish. These are all a bit underwhelming, aren't they? I can't see what the camera's doing. Is it going a bit mental? It's too bright for one, isn't it? I need to definitely drop that off. There we go. And then I need to manually focus it. There we go. That's it. Yeah, that's a good board. The B550F, decent. Decent. It might be too dark now. No. Right. And we'll just get this one set up as well. And then we'll close down the stream. We've got about 5 minutes left on the stream, I reckon. And then I'm closing her down. Right, don't install the Dragon utility this time. There we go. Ooh! Butterfingers. We'll try that again. It was flickering. Hopefully it's fixed now. I'll put it on manual. That's the problem. It's the Pepsi. That is the issue. Too much caffeine. Oh, if you're not too bothered if it's full ATX, right. I will find you a board, Gary. I'll find you a board. B550 ATX. Oh, way better. So look for the Gigabyte B550 Gaming X V2. It's like 90 quid and it's got a 10-phase VRM. Very nice. What about that? Oh, what about that Eagle? What does the Eagle have? B550 Eagle Wi-Fi 6. So the Gaming X you would need to get a Wi-Fi card for if you want it. Ooh, no, get this one instead. So Gigabyte B550 Eagle Wi-Fi 6. 10-phase V-Core VRM and Wi-Fi included. I think that's good. What soundtrack is it? I don't know. It's just my Suno library of things that have been created. I don't even know what's playing because I can't monitor it. Otherwise it comes through the mic. It walloped it. Absolutely rinsed the screen. That's gone all dark again now. Taking me to Flicker City. Fantastic. Oh yeah, I need to get the signal RGB off, don't I? Beep. I just give them the installer, then they can decide if they want to put it on or not. Right, cheeky thermal test. I don't want to join no gimps. Get out of here. There you go, shot right up to 90 watts already. So PBO's kicked in. I think the Asus board is more expensive than the Gigabyte Eagle. I'd get the Eagle. Be more than enough for what you need. B550 Eagle, Wi-Fi 6. Bada bing, bada boom. There you go. £87, nice. If you need the Wi-Fi version, get the Wi-Fi version. If you're going to use Ethernet, then yeah, get the non-Wi-Fi, save a few quid. It looks decent. I use the B650 Eagle all the time, and it's great. So I think you'll be fine with that one. How often do I build live? I used to do it every 2 weeks. At the moment, life gets in the way, so I'm aiming for once a month at the moment. That's what I'm aiming for. I'm trying to like have a bit more like schedule in the type of content. So I try to do like one build video a month, then one sort of education video a month, and then a couple of other videos, like just trying to mix it up, and then one live stream a month as well is ideally what I do. I mean, it depends on life, right? But that's the goal. So looking good. Tell you what though, I haven't got the side panel on, so it's not a fair test yet. This one seems even better than the last one. Oh, there you go. It's shot up now because I put the side glass on. Makes sense. I want to see how the poll did. Oh, the poll doesn't come up on my mobile one. WTF? I have to look at it on here. Sir, this is a Wendy's. That meme will never get old. Okay, so we're pretty solid here. It's actually boosting even higher on this board for some reason. 97 watts. Although it's downclocked itself a bit. I think that might be the Prime 95 being a bit different here. So, looking good. Looking good. Give it a cheeky reboot. Bring it back into view. I think we'll save the peel for the customer this time. I think, Gary, those are going to be very similar boards, so you could go for either of them, really. I don't think either of them are going to give you a materially different experience, so it doesn't really matter. All right, we're booted back in. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end the stream there because it's already too late. I intended to get this finished within 2 hours. It's been 4 hours. So yeah, that's the way it is. It's just the way it is. Oh, I'm in frame. Oh, thank you, MA. And thank you everyone for joining. There's been 0 toxicity, which is fantastic. Lovely to see you all. Subscribe to the channel. Go check out the video that is now live on the channel if you wanted to. It's actually in the same case as we've used here, but with a slightly different build. Similar in a lot of ways, but some ways different. Okay.